So I finally gotten around to editing my full Bastion playthrough. It's from about a month ago. It crashed a few times, so you'll see some slightly awkward cuts throughout. That's where it crashed. I had to restart and replay and then kind of seam it back together. This playthrough started because QuickRime recommended the game and said that it has one of the best moments in gaming. And as you know, if you follow the channel, we're working on piecing together all the best moments in gaming and reviewing them. Whether or not this one will actually make the cut in hindsight, because hasn't aged super great, is up for debate. So stay tuned for that info. But overall, it's a pretty good game. It was fun. The mechanics are okay. It's a little aged. The graphics are great, particularly like the colors, the way the colors blend together and the pastel nature of it. Kind of dreamy. It's very dreamy. It's very saturated and yet pastel at the same time. It's interesting. You'll see when you watch it VOD or if you've played it before. So the last thing is just like overall story-wise, pretty good story, pretty decent game. But I do feel like the story could have used a little bit more, particularly character development. It sets up to like a big decision at the end, and I don't feel like there's enough character development throughout to make the decision really resonate or impactful. Because when you play through the game, you're playing through it all as it's being narrated. Like there's a voiceover narration as you play through, and so there isn't really any direct character interaction or role playing between your character and the world. So that kind of removes you from it a bit and makes the ending less impactful. But I don't know. Watch the VOD or play the game and let me know what you think. As always, like, subscribe, follow on Twitch. So here we go. Bastion. Play through.
Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. Ain't so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted, leaving him stranded on a rock in the sky. He gets up, sets off for the Bastion, where everyone agreed to go in case of trouble. Ground forms up under his feet as it pointing the way. He don't stop to wonder why. Finds his lifelong friend just lying in the road. Well, it's a touching reunion. He sees what's left of the rippling walls, years of work undone in an instant, in the calamity. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a gas fella, forced out from underground. Kid pops him good. Fella got a piece of him, though.
It's great. Yeah, it's great to have stuff. Whatever.
An old repeater falls out of the sky. Ain't a gift from the gods, but it'll have to do. Gotta hold her still to spin up the chamber. Kid's worked up quite a thirst by now, so that fountain looks real inviting. Sometimes you just need a drink. A school of squirts tunnels up around him. Must have fled here from the mines.
Interesting. Ah, fuck! Just fell right off the map again. I'm so bad at this game. I just keep falling off the map, just constantly.
It's a wonder the old saloon's still standing. Used to have the nicest view.
Perspective is a bit confusing, yeah. Wait, where am I supposed to go from here now? Oh. It's weird that they make you walk up the little ledge just to turn and come back.
He sets foot inside one of Celandia's famous watering holes. Inside's old Rondi, the bartender. The calamity got him before his drinking did. Then Kid finds his trusty shield. But just as he's getting a handle on it, the security takes him for a petty thief. Clang! Shield saves his hide. Windbags start turning up for last call.
Yo, what's up, Kels? What's up, what's up, what's up?
More squirts
talk about you
start coming
earlier.
out of the woodwork. A big old fella pops out in front of the kid. Them windbags are playing for keeps. Kid don't go down that easy. Kid sees the way to the Bastion out the window. It's a bit of a drop.
That was rough.
He gets a good look at things on his way down. He lands on top of a breaker's bow, and it ain't broke. Kid spies a good perch for some target practice. He knows he should draw the string all the way back.
Shit.
The kid pockets a memento from a breaker, once the fastest man in the land. Good news is the emergency defenses still work. Bad news is they're aiming for the kid. Picks up a few pointers from a dusty old tome. He's a mighty fast learner. Bad time to run out of black tonic.
Oh man, what is this game?
Kid better watch his step.
Fuck.
He finds the distillery, right next to the arsenal. Tough part of town. One sip of the spirits in that distillery, and the kid'll feel like a new man. the arsenal's where the kid can pick the best tools for the job. Some of them squirts birthing like crazy in a couple of corn bins.
I'm trying not to die here. I'm trying not to die. Ah! Maybe I should have done the easy mode. Maybe I'm not good enough for normal mode. Definitely not good enough for normal mode, dude. All or nothing, yeah, that's what I was thinking, but...
An old ferry barge sends the kid on his way.
Shit.
The Bastion's real close now. Takes a chunk of alloy. Smell of barley and spoiled blueberries fills the air. Scumbags. Kid maybe shouldn't have done what he just did.
I remember this game is hard.
Robs a scumbag of his last meal. Kid puts him out of his misery.
How are we going here? How are we going up here? Rather took this so long. It was so boring, guys. I'll get better at it. Well, I was about to say I promise, but I don't know about that.
To the wharf district. He steals the city's heart. Might as well. Kid has a feeling you better get a move on. The place is starting to fall. See, that core kid took was the only thing making this particular rock stay afloat. Kid just keeps running.
Am I doing okay though? I don't know.
Somersaulting like crazy.
I don't know about that, Panda. I don't know if I'm doing okay in this game or in life. Ah!
At last, the skyway's in sight. Whisks him where he needs to go. Now the kid sees something stranger still. His mind races. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds another. He finds me. We talk for a spell. All I tell him is to set that core of his on the monument there, then watch. And just like that, the Bastion comes alive. Starts growing again, growing stronger. Kid's gotta put its power to good use. Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown. There's a bit of the Bastion's power in that crest, enough to point the way to the cores. I try to let the kid down gently. This is the Bastion, all right, except no one else showed up. Ain't always much to say. Kid ponders what to build. Makes time to sample spirits from my personal supply. Fetching fizz is like a mouthful of nails, but the benefits are worth it. Kid don't know what's out there waiting for him. The Skyway. Now the kid can ride the wind to distant lands. Now he lands at the intersection between bad and wrong. Ought to be a core down one of these twisted streets. But which one? He heads for the squirt steps. Won't be no field trip this time. Up north is where the gas fella foreman used to live, tending to his flock. Gas fellas all dress alike. Kids wondering the same thing.
Interesting.
And there it is, but it's locked down tight in an alloy cage. A blustery old foreman's keeping his fellas in check, almost like he's showboating for the crowd.
Shit, that was a huge mistake.
there's a new marshal in town. He hears the whole place groan, but it's too tough to fall. Might as well check the other side streets before leaving this hole. He heads for the biggest dump in town, Scumbag Alley. There he is, the oldest scumbag of them all, Gershel. The Calamity ain't done much for Gershel's sunny disposition. They always said old Gershel wouldn't go without a fight. He heads for the east side, where windbags used to keep the local forge. Inside the forge, Key can fine-tune those instruments of his. Kid's lifelong friends looking fit to keep on fighting.
I accidentally clicked on enemy too.
With a good length of meat gut, that bow's like new again. The rest of the path is gone for good, and his city crest won't bring it back.
Ah!
He comes back, just like I knew he would. The core hums in his pack. The monument's calling for it. The windbags used to be alright, then the Calamity took the floor out from under him. Sometimes a single look says it all. Kid does it again. Only fair he decides what we build next. A lot of things need fixing up in this world, and we can start right here. Picked up traces of other cores while the kid was out.
Alrighty, now we're rocking and rolling. Now we are rocking and rolling.
In better days, the melting pot was sealed tighter than the skin on a squirt.
Better than the skin on the squirt? What does that even mean, dude?
Of all the plans to survive the Calamity, it had to be stab weeds. Blaster things hurt like a broken heart. If there's a core, he figures it ought to be deeper down.
That's not fair. I didn't walk off that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit game.
Core stuck inside one of those fancy cages.
Yeah, there it is.
No breaking a cage like that, but the kid tries anyway. Gotta find a way to spring it open. Some of the stuff lying around is downright dangerous.
Alright, just clicking all this shards. And we'll do this.
He throws a switch. Now what could possibly go wrong? Quite a bit, as it turns out. The cage starts lifting from the core ever so slow. All Kid can do is wait. Shipments start falling in. Not every squirt born bad. Some spring to the kid's defense. Judging by the movement of the cage, it's gonna take a little while. Scumbags don't take kindly to interlopers. Even some gas fellas take his corner. Heard it pop that mean old foreman. At this rate, maybe 5 more minutes, maybe 30. Hard to tell. Squirts get real territorial around the core. Then a shipment of free samples shows up. One thing's for sure, that cage is awful heavy. Troublesome scene, to be sure. A few moments left, and the core goes free. 10, 9, 8, 7. You give or take a few seconds. Finally, the core's within reach. And done. It ain't all bad, as the kid finds some spices from the motherland, tax-free. He's got it. Just gotta get to the nearest barge.
Alrighty. Mission accomplished, as they say.
I still remember the look on his face after that one. The old world's finished, but the new world's just getting started. Folks voyaged across the boundless sea to found Celandia. It was good living here for a while. Turns out those old bones still have some spark in them. The Bastion's a place of peace, but we can hold our own if we have to. Ain't much kid can't handle with hammer and bow in hand.
Let's try a proving ground. I don't have a war machete though, do I?
Windbag Ranch was built for gathering squirt extract in copious supply. Ain't nothing more healthful.
Oh, here we go. Gives me one. I'll get a fucking... I'll get my range weapon? Some bullshit.
Some folks showed up to make a fast buck with nothing but a knife. Slippery little devils.
How can I aim that?
Still others use the place to test their finest blades. Place gets awful slick sometimes.
Jesus. Fuck! brutal.
Kid cuts all of them down soon enough.
Next prize under 90 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, okay. An auto... Wrong button. An auto aim setting? Interesting.
Kid comes back from Windbag Ranch, smelling good and ripe.
Oh, this-
A bow and a machete, every bit as effective as the fancier stuff. The little Zolwood oil on that blade shines like a light.
I only get to pick one or the other. No, alright, whatever, that's fine. So an auto aim setting, you say? I'm not seeing any auto aim settings here, my man. Are pre-rolls on or off right now?
Couples used to walk the sundown path. Kid ain't here for pleasure, though.
Should I be playing mouse and keyboard with the controller?
But then, somebody gets to the core before the kid. The floor starts giving way under the lightest step. The single panic squirt could bring the whole place down. Fragments of the old world rain from the sky. Well, the path ain't exactly the visitors no more. Security's all fired up.
It respawned me on a square that's...
See, the path was intended for leisurely strolling and such. Sky bridges link the path together. One of them bridges whips the kid along. Finds a spyglass, like the ones they'd use to search the stars. The calamity changed everything, even where the wind blows. Well, mastered the winds in the old days, we could do it again. But the question is, who else could have taken the core? Well, ain't no survivor stole the thing. Scumbag ate it by mistake. Tough break. Unlike the kid, that core ain't coming back. No, they used to ship live munitions down the path. Find time to find him. He's wise to toss those things plenty far away. Even gas fellas need some shut-eye from time to time. They get real cranky when you wake them up.
Ready.
In all his toil, Kid keeps coming back to an overwhelming question. Who else could have survived the calamity?
Who else indeed?
So he didn't find the core that time, but that ain't about to stop us.
Sorry, this head cold is really still getting the better of me somehow.
We could always see the stars. We just never could reach them, no matter how high we built. What else is there to say? War machetes are so quick, you gotta keep a good grip on them. The dead welcome him with open arms. The calamity took everybody after all. Kid sees it plain, frozen faces all around. These folks never saw the calamity coming, but someone did. Someone close. It was someone like him. Kid sees him there agape, in the flesh. It's a snag or two trying to get to him. He ain't about to stop, no matter what. He's got too many questions after all. got time for answers. The Thunder Brothers didn't make it. They never saw what it was like beyond the walls. Nordy the Bird Boy didn't make it. The Jawsons, they didn't make it. Grady Sr., Grady Jr., they didn't make it. But him, he survived. Kid finds proof enough that man ain't from around here.
What is that thing over there? Do I need that? There's no way to get over to there? This is just decorative? Okay. I tried.
Just think, without that man, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? The core survived as well. And then, what do you say to a man who's seen too much? Kid hasn't a clue, but he says this: we have to go. Please. He's a proper gentleman, that man. His name is Zolf. No hiding he's an Ura. Folks like him ain't never been a common sight in Caelondia. He's relieved to see a living face or two. The kid and I introduce ourselves in kind. Both to him and to each other for the first time. We fought the Ura decades ago, but that was then. Things are different between us now. We ain't much for pleasantries. For Zolf, Caelondia was like a second home. He's real worried about his first home, too. Far to the east. We all lost loved ones in the calamity, he says. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without mine. Zolf offers to help me plot the skyways for the kid. At least the calamity hasn't touched the stars, he says. He was born in the Tazzle terminals. The Ura sent him on a mission of peace to our city, and he's lived here ever since. Kid ain't finished here yet.
Yeah, that's right.
The cores, they remember. That's why this place is coming together. That's why things are gonna be alright. Well, look what we have here. Lost and found. Here, kid takes fragments of the old world and makes them whole again.
Interesting. All right, let's see what we've got here. Hmm. I don't like this stab synth. Sounds pretty good.
All it takes is some fragments, and the Bastion makes it good as new. Stab synth is like drinking a cool breeze. Just don't go spitting needles everywhere.
Interesting. All right.
We tracked down a couple more cores near the edge of the city.
All right, let's get back at this. Let's get back at this, chat.
No use praying to the gods these days. No time for it either. Folks used to make pilgrimage here to pay their respects to Pith, the bull. Well, the gods are long gone now. And the Orchard Core is long gone too.
Wait, I just realized.
Seems Pith ain't much of a watchdog.
I just realized they worship a bull and they went through a giant calamity. Does anyone get where that's from? Anybody? Anybody in chat want to?
Pith stood for something once. Something real.
Anybody in chat want to sound off why I find that interesting?
The gods don't care about trinkets, but the kid ain't no god.
Nobody in chat wants to chime in on that one?
In time, though, the bull stopped being a symbol and started being decoration.
What are these red things?
Gods ain't gonna catch you if you fall. Pith makes a decent scarecrow at least. Then Pith lights up like a rodeo. Ain't easy punching through his hide. Kid breaks into bits. Must have been guarding that shrine. So what'll it be? Invoke the gods? Or tell them off? Pith.
I don't want this dude to make foes fucking worse.
You don't need favors from the likes of Pith. Well, if the gods are alive, they must be plenty sore. Popping windbags is hard enough. No need to get the gods involved.
What?
Things might have gone worse if Kid tampered with that shrine. Kid ain't found a core, At least he found Zolf's precious shrine. Pith Orchard. Place is a dead end in more ways than one.
Interesting.
Now we can build a shrine of our own, though I got some alternatives in mind. Zolf doesn't touch the thing. Says the god of commotion is no children's toy. Kid says hello, but Zolf's lost in thought. The Ura feared the gods. We turned them into toys, put their faces on our walls.
All right, let's do it. See if we can get this shit in under 90 seconds.
Always time for juice and squirts, they used to say. At least the little fellas can't feel a thing. Some squirts try to flee on instinct.
Fuck. Alright, well that's it then, I guess.
Best to put them away first, before they rile up the others.
Oh, so close. Rip. What a nightmare, dude. Rip. That's clearly angled. I cannot with Supposed Nasal Drip today.
There's only one way Cinder Brick Fort. The hard way. Sure, the city marshals may be gone, but now the fort's crawling with windbags. Calamity was mercy, folks. The windbags ain't so lucky. Well, windbags young and old keep fighting for the fort. At least the marshals left the kid a parting gift. Kid can't hardly tell up from down after a while. Windbags ain't much different from normal folks. All they want's a warm place to stay and a decent meal. Drove the windbags topside. A lot of them wound up here in this very fort. Could have been minding the business underground like in the old days. The windbags put the kid on notice.
Oh no! Fell. Fuck.
Windbags can't use marshal supplies, but a kid sure can. As for the windbags, Cinder Brick gave them enough heat and metal to munch on for a while. Well, the fort ain't theirs by right. Can't blame them for wanting it, though. So many of those sorry things holed up inside that old fort. Not a scratch on him as he presses on the higher ground. Kid's blasting everything in sight with that newfangled musket. Kids stash grenades as their form if things get even worse. Security's plane gone haywire. Windbags gummed up the works. Kid ain't afraid to get burned. They trap the kid in the middle of the force parade grounds. Then they bring out Glutus and Glandon, their scumbag uncles. They got something to gain, and only their sorry hides to lose. Kid takes down Glutus. Maybe it was Glandon. The uncles go out with a whimper. The windbags finally get the message.
Oof.
Kid used to dream of getting a marshal's badge, but not like this. The Skyway's a welcome sight after all that. And now ain't nothing left for nobody down at Cinderbrick Fort. Kid shows up just as Zulf's telling me about his own journey to the city. Zulf's travels ain't much compared to what the kids had to go through for all this. The marshals seem like good men, he says. They treated him with dignity. Zulf brought his antique smoking pipe all the way from the terminals. Seems the only thing the Calamity saved for Zulf was his smoking pipe. Zulf's the talkative sort, at least he used to be. Even since the Ura surrendered to us, the marshals kept a wary eye on him. We talk a little, here and there. Here, kid can pay respect to the old world and earn it in kind. Valediction. Just another one of my sketches. Nothing more. Words can't express what happened, but they're all I got. Anything Anything survives a musket shot ought to be quick work for that blade. You want to tune a scrap musket, you start with the barrel. Party punch is so zesty, it'll let you carry on through the worst of times. Poor kid collapses after just one drag.
There it is.
The past. Only good thing ever come out of the past is history.
Oh, rip.
Catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there.
Interesting. This is where the story of the lore gets deep. This is about as far as I made it my first couple of playthroughs. Well, actually, just my first singular playthrough. Multiple streams, but one playthrough.
School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it.
Shit, wrong button. That was a mistake.
Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either.
Ah?
So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years. In the history of Caelondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, kid learned to fend for himself, learn to build, learn to break. In time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. expeditions, the ground beneath them shuddered, cracked, and split apart. You saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that.
Shit.
Anyway. All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back. Through twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him. Will it finally arrived at Caelondia's vaunted safe haven? He and no one else.
Ha!
But then, all I got was more thankless work from a man who ain't even asked his name.
Oh, Holmes in? What the fuck? How did this one come back? I killed this one. Shit.
Past don't matter for nothing now.
Restart area. I have to restart the whole fucking thing, dude. How much does it make me restart? Does it make me go all the way back to the beginning? I get to restart from right where I died.
There's something you should know about the kid, but let me take it from the top.
Does it make me redo the whole fucking thing? Yeah, it is. Run back to the Bastion then. We'll come back to that when I'm a little stronger.
The Gravers, the arm of justice, they seemed unstoppable. Finders keepers. The marshals learned to pack those shells full of fire. The Langston River flowed free and wild till the calamity drank it all up. Maybe all that water just grew wings and flew off. The river ain't never been safe for swimming. Riverbanks swarming with windbags. They're so bent on finding the core, they hardly notice the kid. Lucky for him, a certain famous ferry barge is still afloat. Weeping Nellie. She sends some squirts crying home as she leaves port. Maybe Nellie knows the way to the core. Maybe she can slip right past all the clamor on the coast. Or maybe not. A security skiff pulls up portside. Nellie's just another windbag to those guns. Just then, the windbags notice who she's sailing with. They're pretty steamed about what happened at Cinderbrick. They try to cut her off. They try to slow her down. They try to knock her out. Well, Weepin' Nellie tries harder. Try as she might, though, she hits a snag. Kid's gotta help her get untangled. Favors for favors. At least she picked a good spot for a break, 'cause the core's right there. Then the kid hears an unusual sound, like 100 flapping wings. Peckers. They had their own eyes on the core. Why? Well, kid ain't got time to think it over just yet. Finds Weepin' Nellie raring to go. Turns out she's got a special surprise for when the waters get rough. She's gonna need a little help with all them peckers. Drafted things think they're king of the roost now. Rest of us only wish we could fly in times like these.
Oh, I wanted the little...
Security skiffs keep on coming starboard side. Don't seem to care what they shoot, as long as they hit something. Windbags getting even better out here. They aim to smash Weepin' Nellie to splinters. Well, it all proves too much for poor Nellie.
No, Nellie! Nellie, no!
She's just gotta make one last stop. With her last breath, Nellie gets the kid to solid ground.
Nellie.
Solid ground in Pecker country. Seems a calamity ain't hurt the Peckers' appetites. They want that core real bad. Kid shoos them off, knowing they'll be back. Know how many times kid nearly fell off the barge back there? 4 times.
Whenever that dialogue changes based on how many times you actually fell off.
Now, listen close. You should remember this next part. Why go to Prosper Bluff? Used to take an enterprising man or a plain old fool to venture out that far.
Oh, that's a friendly guy. Alright, never mind.
The city was the most beautiful place in the world. We all knew that. But on the other hand, some folks just yearn to see the things they're told they can't. And that's why you go to Prosper Bluff, ain't it? There the kid hears something he ain't heard in a long while. How's it go again? Yeah, that's the one.
Can you guys hear the music? It is kind of haunting. Like most of this game, to be honest. Quite the haunting game. There's something else on this way too? Oh. What's this? I can't tell if I'm going the right way or the wrong way now. Hit up on the main path or the side path.
Well, no point explaining what happens next, right? Suffice it to say, kid ain't coming home empty-handed. And besides, it's like the song goes.
Gonna build that city on a hill.
They'll be here before too long. We darn near celebrated when the kid got back, didn't we? Zolf never thought he'd see a fellow her again. We become fast friends. Calamity has that effect on people. But there was more to be done. There was one last core to find.
One last core?
If only I'd known half the secrets of the Calamity were tucked away in that book, I'd have worked to translate it right away. A scientific journal written in Zolf's native tongue. He learned so much from it. Too much. Kid's surprised when I tell him there's only one core left. I shouldn't have believed it either.
Oh no, what happened to the head of the bull? Oh, it's the ass. Steam achievement.
Most of the Ura never got a taste of Ceylondia's fine goods, unless they were born and raised in the city like Zia here. Sure, the world's all gone to pieces farther than the eye can see, but leave it to this gal to point out the amazing view. Girl tried to run away from home one time, but the marshals stopped that, didn't they? So many secrets in there and she can't even read it. Her father's own journal. Behold, the Pantheon.
Maybe I should retry the like
Squirt cider will toughen you right up. Too bad about the musty aftertaste. We track the final core beyond the city to the wilds. Prosper Bluff, fine view up there. The city to the west and to the east, the wild unknown. That's the edge of the wilds, where Jawson and his boys disappeared.
let's try the proving ground. Let's try it.
Ever felt a Zolwood gourd, like picking up broken glass barehanded? At Zolwood Grove, marshals learned to make every shot count. The trick was to pop all those nasty gourds without wasting ammo. Most marshals didn't get far on their first few tries. Catch a bunch of those gourds in a single shot. Funny thing about muskets is they work best up close. It took a keen eye, not an itchy trigger finger.
Oh, I got second prize already. That's good.
Kid takes a little personal time for just him and his favorite musket.
I didn't mean to restart this already, but okay, I was gonna change it. Instant shots here.
Plenty of gourds to go around, even now. Marshals like to fine-tune their muskets to get better results.
Yeah, that's what I needed to do. 19 shots, okay. Not great. That's fine, no, that's fine.
Marshals did more than just stand around shooting, of course.
I don't have the monies. Back at it. My controller correct. There we go.
The wild unknown. Place can eat a man alive. Place is so raw, even the Calamity couldn't cook it. Not all of it.
Holy pistols.
You know what's better than having a slinger pistol in a fight? Having two.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Savage things lurking at every turn. Pincushions ain't the worst of it either. Pecker's got the core, like they're building a bastion of their own. The welcoming committee scrambles to attention. Didn't expect the kid so soon. Good thing pincushions can't see where they're shooting. They shouldn't have let their guard down. Getting that core was one thing. Getting out's gonna be another.
Whoa, whoa.
He digs his way out of the clearing, but the wilds won't let him go without a fight. All too easy to lose one's way out in the wilds. survive the calamity. It toughened him up. Best take it real slow. Incursions are afoot. Kid's faster than a slinger with those guns.
Oh yeah, fastest gun in the West right here.
A handful of windbag shipments made it out this far. Kid's seen the last of them. Slinger Jawson's old outpost is all that's left of him. Jawson's boys left all kinds of stuff out here. Kid's roused up half the wilds by now. Gotta keep a sure foot out there.
I didn't realize there's a hole right there.
Don't ever turn your back on a pincushion. Then Kid gets the feeling he's being watched. Not by me, by a lunkhead. And lunkheads ain't fond of two-legged animals. Hit him anywhere but the hindquarters and you only make him mad. The wilds drag him down.
That was rough. That was rough.
The wilds already reclaimed this place. He's anxious to get back. After all, he's got the final core. His journey's over, right? Well, no, it ain't. Not by a long shot.
Damn, I thought I was close to the end.
Kid knows something's up when we ain't there to give a warm welcome.
Uh-oh.
See, Zolf and I were just wrapping up a heated discussion. Zolf can barely muster the words. The calamity failed, he says, but I will not. And with that, Zolf leaves us here, alone.
That ain't good. What are you doing, Zolf? What are you doing?
Zolf cursed the city, cursed the Bastion, cursed me, said he was going home. When Zolf got through reading that journal, he just snapped, started smashing up the monument till I tried to stop him. Zolf banged up the monument pretty bad. But there's a way to put her back together. The shards. We're gonna need all of them to nurse the Bastion back to health. Can't be too careful these days. Takes a lot of moving pieces to make a dependable sidearm. The city brought the shards to the wilds. Now the kid's gonna bring them back. After Zolf's little episode, kid sets off in search of shards. First stop, Jawson Bog. You'll get lost in that bog, I told the kid, and I won't be able to guide you back. Well, I let him go. What else could I do? What could any of us do? Zolf put us in a real bind. Hurt the Bastion bad. But the shards can make it better. They're like smaller doses of the core's medicine. Shame the only place to fill that prescription is out here in the wilds. This place is intoxicating. Don't know where he's gone. Might be gone for good for all I know. Wherever he is, somewhere I've never been. Somewhere I never want to go. There's no way out.
Do not have your load up for this.
The dead welcome him with open arms. Kid pops him good. Kid can't fall, no matter how hard he tries. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas fella. What do you say to a kid who's seen too much? I'm Zolf of Ura. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Now the kid sees something stranger still. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds peckers, lunkheads, wallflowers, pincushions, vine apples, swamp weeds, ankle gators. Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown. The kid sets foot inside one of Ceylondia's famous watering holes. He has the nerve to flash the shield he stole. He's a petty thief. Succeeds where the calamity failed. Would you look at what he did to poor old Ronnie the bartender? Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. It's so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world's alright, snoozing there on a rock in the sky. He wakes up. I'm just fooling. He sees what's left of the rippling walls. Years of work undone in an instant. He sees what's left of Pith, the bull. The gods, they're all undone. He sees what's left of his lifelong friend. There is no way out. Don't know where he's gone. Might be gone for good for all I know.
Oh, I can't return to Bastion from here? Oh, that's a big rip. I need to change up my loadout. This is not the right loadout for this.
Wherever he is, it's somewhere I've never been. Somewhere I never want to go. There, welcome him with open arms. Kid pops him good. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas fella. What do you say to a kid who's seen too much? I'm Zolf of Igora. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Now the kid sees something stranger still. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds peckers, lunkheads, wallflowers, pincushions, vine apples, swamp weeds, ankle gators. Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown. Kid sets foot inside one of Ceylondia's famous watering holes. He has the nerve to flash the shield he stole. The security's just on the straight and out. Succeeds where the calamity failed. look at what he did to poor old Ronnie the bartender. Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. It's so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world's alright, snoozing there on a rock in the sky. He wakes up. I'm just fooling. He sees what's left of the rippling walls, years of work undone in an instant. He sees what's left of Piff, the bull. The gods, they're all undone. He sees what's left of his lifelong friend. His friend, he's come undone too. He sees what's left undone.
Interesting.
Thought we'd lost him, but he finally comes to. The shard ain't lost either. Not anymore. Now to find a ticket out of this hole. Bootlickers dig their nasty thorns into his heels. Disgusting things. Ever heard of a lung blossom? It's bigger than the stories say. The breath on that thing, like a scumbag sprung a leak. say one whiff of lung blossom can make you lose your mind. Well, a kid prunes it down to size somehow. Mother only knows what happened in the bog. Kid never much cared to speak of it. A shard is like a poor man's core, but beggars can't be choosers. That's it. A few more shards like that, and we'll be back in business. A single shard can breathe new life into this place. He ain't all that shy. Keep your chin up, kid, I tell him. The shard's got enough juice to spruce up any of these places. Ain't saying much, but that's the greatest forge in all the city. Kid's ready to get real personal with hammer and musket in hand. If you're feeling low, count on the buttery flavor of our own Bastion bourbon. Kid takes another drag, goes out like a light. Ever tell you how the kid got himself wrapped up in this mess to begin with? Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years. In the history of Caelondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, kid learned to fend for himself, learn to build, learn to break. In time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. One night, on one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. He saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back. twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him. Finally arrived at Zealandia's vaunted safe haven. He and no one else. But then, all I got was more thankless work from a man who ain't even asked his name. Sure, I may be the one who dreamt up the walls and the Bastion, but the kid made them real, not me. I'd like to say I'll never forget him, or what he's doing, what he's done. I surely would. To master the musket, you gotta get rid of the recoil.
I'm fucking muted? God damn it. God damn it. How long have I been muted for? Alright, whatever, that's fine. Alright, let's do one more area. An hour or so. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. Fucked. Fucked. Alright. Let's do one more area, and then I might call it quits for the night.
The city tried to use the shards to stake out the wilds. So much for that plan. Ankle gators used to roam the wilds, and they nested at Rothes Lagoon. Many a tale folks used to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts what don't know up from down, still lurking about.
Get fucked up here, dude.
Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct.
Shit.
They ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. They called her Queen Anne.
They have the tall grass.
Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. Know what smells worse than an ankle gator's breath? The stinkweed. They say you can't hurt an ankle gator unless it's raining. And it ain't raining. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Kid's got a mean throwing arm.
This music is really something else.
Cushion's been living off the ankle gator scraps. Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. Can't get hasty in a place like this. One bad step in that tall grass and it's Queen Anne's lunch. Bad idea to walk in gator grass. He holds his ground. Seems the queen's running out of options. Still no sign of the shard. The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. That old gator's right on his tail. Those leaping lunkheads don't like Queen Anne any better than the kid. Queen's got one mean bite. Best not to feed the local wildlife. bunch of peckers at a height. Seems even stinkweeds know to stay away from the queen. Want to know how to find an ankle gator lair? They use a kid as bait. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. The shard's sitting in plain view. They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running. Starting to get annoyed. And now he's made her mad.
Fire in the wrong direction. Go!
Rest in peace,
Oh, God.
Queen Anne. That was for the brushers. Kid's done what needed to be done.
You have 2 copies of the vinyl? Wild.
Queen Anne's reign is over. We even got a crown jewel.
What is this mailbox now? What does it do?
Still no mail. Go figure. All that trouble for a single shard. But you know what? It was worth it. Just the occasion to crack open the distillery's private reserve. Life wine so rich, they say it's brought men back from the brink for one last taste. Never could ask for a song. It wasn't fixed, it was unbroken.
Ooh.
That gator's a crazy gal. So's the gal who promised to look after her.
Nice.
They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't.
Sweet. Alright, well I think that's all for tonight. Well, alright, we'll check out what this is.
Want to keep the wilds at bay? Pack yourself a musket and a pike.
Pike and shot? Is that what I'm doing right now? Alright, let's... Oh, here we go. Something pointy.
To fix a brusher's pike, you just need a good length of knife bark.
Alright, I think that is all for tonight.
The next shard should be farther out there in the wilds. Know how Caelondia became the richest city in the world? 2 words. Point Lemaine. If the wilds could ever be tamed, it was gonna happen right here. But now, the greatest outpost past the city line is nothing but a freak show. The Army's triggers once had the place on lockdown.
Army
It might as well
carbine.
pick up where they left off.
Oh, hell
Blam.
yeah.
Just like my fighting days. Gun like that can even put the wilds in check. Point Lemaine seen better days for sure, but it ain't done.
It's kind of hard to shoot. Yeah, a lot of people are taking a break. It's understandable due to the current flop of the story. The new dungeon's gonna be sick. They're also dropping the whole story at launch. You can play it as fast as you want. Actually, I don't know how I feel about that. I guess I like that. It does mean that they're not doing as much of the FOMO stuff as they used to be doing.
Whole place shudders in a fit. The Grand Rail of Point Lemaine. Not only is it still there, it still works. Of course, it's no longer shipping hides and alloys and spices, but it can give the kid a lift. Just as long as he can stay clear of the trouble on the tracks. Grand Rail's all grown over with things that Calamity chewed up and spat out. Things eager to take back their turf. lets a few of them slip by.
What is Warhammer Day?
Lunkheads settle in like they own the place.
Warhammer Day, I don't know. It's like, I guess it's a designated Warhammer Day, like Star Wars Day and stuff. So I'm going to try to stream a bunch of Warhammer shit tomorrow. I was wondering if I should make a goal to buy Space Marine 2.
Not
Oh,
much
fuck.
wiggle room up there near the rail.
Yo, what up, Kels? They're like crackheads at the gas station. It's hilarious. But wait, which raid? You mean Grasp or whatever?
Takes fancy footwork on the rail, what with wallflowers coughing fungus everywhere.
So yeah, Salvation's that's why I always keep calling it Grasp. My mind is always Grasp. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. Have you not done Salvation's Edge yet, hero? I assumed you had. Which way am I supposed to be going here?
The place used to be closed off, but now it's split open like a rotten pineapple. Of course, the Grand Rails seen much more fighting in bygone times. Near on 50 years ago, first shots fired in the Ura-Celandian War. It was right here that Zolf's Ura forefathers decided to mix it up.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
So maybe we didn't get their sign off on the whole Grand Rail thing. That was bad.
I've never finished the raid, but I've done parts of it and watched parts of it. It looks rough. Fuck.
The rail must have shook the Ura to the bone down in those dens of theirs. Well, the rail won't last much longer now that the kid took the shard. It's still got one good run in store for it. All the rotten wood there on the rails turned it into swamp weed central. Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath? While shooting a genuine registered army carbine? While choking on swamp weed? While peckers trying to prick you in the eye? Well, let me tell you, it ain't fun.
Fuck.
It's the end of the line. He'll be picking swamp weed out of those boots for days. Turns out he's got company up at the rail station, waiting for him. Not just another wallflower or pincushion like that. At first he thinks it's Zolf. Turns out he's wrong.
Ooh, wait, what?
This is for you, says the man. Then wham.
What? What just happened?
When the kid comes to, the man's long gone, but something else is there. The only words kid recognizes on that parchment are for Zia.
Uh-oh.
Well, what's a kid to do?
She's going to a wedding in Canada, Hero.
He took the shard, he took the hit, and he took that note. That note cuts straight to the heart of things, don't it? It ain't too late to unlock the potential of this place. Finding gourmet ingredients ain't easy these days, but we'll take what we can get. The note says it plain. Zia, go east to learn the truth about the calamity and our people. I'll be waiting. Sincerely, Zulf. Never could ask for a song. Zulf's messenger was one of his people. Wondered just how many of them survived, and what exactly Zulf told him. You need an awful big lost and found under the circumstances. It wasn't fixed, it was unbroken.
Some poutine. Hero with the deep cuts.
Don't want that thing leaving your hands until you decide it's time.
% speed. Is that my speed, or is that the speed at which it aims?
Kid arrives just in time to sample Zia's famous cooking. He wolfs down too much too fast, and it all goes to his head.
Knower of bacon?
I've said a lot about the kid, but he ain't the only one wrapped up in all this.
I forgot to change my lid up. Fuck.
What's he thinking? Well, let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Celandia. Her folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised inside the city, on condition they would never return to the terminals. Ura refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. The mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father. Father was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's mancers. His daughter barely saw him. Her father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the Mancers. It's for your own good, he said.
Are they like high heels, Panda, that they give you the extra 3 inches?
She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books, gained a knack for strings and songs. At first, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an Ura trader, selling out the city. One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew much of her heritage, and she grew fond of him. To take him to a family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals.
They're like combat boots? Why are you wearing combat boots to a wedding, girl? I mean, I'm a big fan of combat boots, but to a wedding? I used to be famous for wearing nothing but combat boots all the time. Well, I mean, not nothing, but I commonly wore them.
When the young man greeted her father in the Ura's native language, her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out. young man never told her that the Ura's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult. It was then that she decided to escape. The two of them could flee the city together and go to the Tassel terminals.
Well, you could get fancy shoes that aren't heels.
They would hide inside a garbage bin until it got ingested by a scumbag, then let him slosh on out of the city for disposal. Succeeded, but the authorities were already there when that scumbag sidled up to the city walls. The young man had sent the authorities a tip. Told him her father was using her to sell secrets to the Tassel terminals.
I dig my hole, you build a wall.
She and her father were arrested for treason. But her father got a deal. Return to work for the Mansers, and she'd go free.
One day that wall is gonna fall. Gonna build that city on a hill.
Before they parted ways for the last time, her father whispered a desperate plea. Hurry home to the den and lock yourself in.
Someday those tears are gonna spill. So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there for too long. Gonna build that wall up to the sky. Gonna build that wall up to the sky. Someday your bird is gonna fly. Gonna build that wall until it's done. Until it's done.
She did as she was told, and deep down underground inside that den, she found a journal written in her father's hand.
So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there for too long.
day, the door to the den turned to ash. The girl came up for air, and she saw the calamity all around her.
Interesting.
When the kid wakes up, his world's still in pieces, just the way he left it.
It's going to have to be a very interesting game. I want the musket back, to be honest. Let's
The shards are getting harder to find.
see if I can get this.
The orchard grew over so quick, the marshals make it worth clearing out.
Hell yeah. I feel like I could get it. Music reminds you of Borderlands? Interesting.
Kid probably could have made himself marshal one day.
I haven't played much Borderlands.
Not everything blew up in the calamity. Why Colford Cauldron here blew up way ahead of its time. The cauldron boiled over some 300 years ago. They say it filled the skies with ash and the lakes with molten rock. If you wanted to survive something like that, you had to learn to adapt. Best to keep out of the cauldron.
Alright, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh, this way, okay.
So in a way, the beasts of the wilds, they're all survivors too. As for us, we learned an awful lot from Colford Cauldron. The raw power of the world fell right into our hands.
Niagara Falls. Where are you going in
we dusted
Canada?
off a good many secrets out here. But we discovered other things we're better off not knowing. The taste of air so hot it sticks to your lungs. All sorts of awful things crawling underfoot. You can cook those things, but you can't eat them. The more ash we swept aside, the more life we found.
That's pretty far from Niagara Falls, no?
But still we pressed on. After all, when we looked down inside Culver Cauldron, looked down through all the smoke and flames, we saw in there the heart of the world, the heart now laid bare by the calamity. We had to have it. As for the kid, he just has to get that shard out of there. Too bad taking that thing woke up every last stink eye from here to Johnson Bog. Kid's thinking he's got to trek all the way back around the cauldron. Luckily, the cauldron cooked up a little shortcut for him. Sure, it ain't the most convenient path. Biggest stink eye he's ever seen's waiting for him on the other side. Pops open on him like a pimple on a school day. But where there's one stink eye, there's always more. The cauldron's tenants all gather up to bid the kid a fond farewell. Kid don't shed any tears for him, though. It's awful hot in there. With a good spyglass, you can still see the cauldron from the city, but all the fires died out. There's nothing left of it. It comes back looking like the inside of a chimney. The shard works like a charm. You can hear the monument's heartbeat again. The arsenal's complete, in case we need protection. Ever see a kid with a musket and a fire bellows? Bit of a disturbing sight. At least it won't get cold around here with that thing around. On the inside, a fire bellows ain't nothing like its more popular air-spitting cousin. We spotted a pecker carrying a shard to Mount Zand. Can't rightly call Mount Zand a mountain anymore. There's no more mountains now. There's no place left for the beasts of the wild to go. So they figure they'll hold out right here, on a slab of mountain the Calamity forgot. Good thing for those beasts the Calamity saved leftovers. We only found their little lair because they found themselves a little shard. The creatures of the wild, they've been building a bastion of their own. Best thing we can do for those beasts right now is put them down quick and clean. It's a delicate situation. There's only one kind of mercy left these days. What the city left behind, those beasts took for themselves.
Where are we going?
Takes a lot of convincing, and our mortars have to do the talking. Look at it this way. It's either them or us. But if we win, they win too. Our Bastion is everybody's game, not just ours. Unfortunately, there's no explaining that to a simple beast. Those beasts been hard at work fixing up the place. They've rounded up their survivors, just like we have. They've been searching for cores and shards, just like we have. Maybe they've thought about turning back, just like we have. We just really need their shard. Kid got it fair and square.
Uh-oh.
You don't need to keep tangling with all those things.
Oh, okay. It's GTFO. I'm here for it.
We'll all be better off once the Bastion is complete. The monument's getting better. Zolf sure did a number on it, though.
Zolf.
Fixed that thing right up, didn't we? Made these goings-on a little livelier. Suppose it's true a little song can put things in perspective. The memorial may be finished, but our part is far from over. That mortar's gonna leave a lasting impression. Just a couple shards left. The quarry's gotta have one, right? Imagine everything you'd need to build a city like Caelondia. It takes hard work and planning, and it also takes Burstone Quarry. The Ura tunnels beneath the quarry must have softened the blow from the calamity. We bought the whole place from the Ura on the cheap. Same goes for its natives, Rattletails. Rattletails ain't the worst of it either, but more about that in a little bit. The quarry came with a lifetime supply of windbags. Windbags smaller than the naked eye can see are nested in those rocks. Not only are these rocks a source of life, we found that the oldest ones remember things. wonder all those beasts were drawn to the quarry. The rocks were calling them. Keeping the quarry free from pests turned out to be a problem. Rattletails kept tunneling in to snack on windbags. Windbags tended to the rocks, so we had to keep the rattletails at bay. Even stink eyes started taking root in here.
The path. The puck.
Now, why would the Ura sell off such a fascinating place? The Ura always were a superstitious lot. Might be the gods told them the quarry's bad news. On top of that, you know the Ura hated anything above ground. Might be the quarry just got too much sunshine for their liking.
Oh, I
In
see
any
how it
case,
works.
it's fair to say the quarry was a godsend. Those rocks, all polished to a mirror sheen. The largest ones, you know as cores. The smaller ones, we call them shards. The shards got a fraction of a core's power, enough to fuel a voyage to the motherland.
This is rough.
Well, now the quarry's all dried up. These rocks are much too young to be of use. Remember how I said rattletails ain't the worst thing in the quarry?
Oh, holy shit.
That honor goes to a beast we took to Colin, Sir Lunky. Massive things stomp many of our boys. We just couldn't get rid of him.
Shit.
We never could get stubborn old Lunky to leave the quarry alone. Then the kid hears a voice calling from down the hall. Are you all right? It says. It's him. I've come to warn you, he says. The Bastion is under siege. Let it fall. You should not go back.
Why?
Kid hears him, but he ain't about to be deterred. If that's the way it is, he says, then I won't stop you.
Not gonna elaborate any further? The fuck? Expects me just to be like, oh dude, don't go
Because
back.
my countrymen will.
What? Doesn't make sense. Shit doesn't make any sense.
Say what you will about Zulf, but he's a man of his word. His countrymen don't much care for pleasantries, though. Too bad for that. Zulf showed him the way here, and here they came to take revenge. They got inside the Bastion and shut the door. Kid's gotta go in through the back. I should have told him sooner about all this. See, the Bastion's no mere safe haven. Big surprise, right? To make matters worse, seems the Ura took the girl. Unfortunately, they broke in, and they started digging their hole. Something wrong sprung out of those holes, and it's eating away at this place. We tried to stop them, but we needed help.
Was my ankle getting around here to help? Did I lose that progress when the game crashed? Damn. That's a rough. Sad. It'd be cool if that was here. It'd be cool to see the ankle gator going to town.
No way out of this. Not without a fight. Somehow, some way. He sends those Ura packing. Problem is, it didn't matter. Zulf's plan worked.
And what was Zulf's plan exactly? Guess we're about to find out.
We find each other as the dust settles. Then I tell him why the Ura came. To get us back. For the calamity. It was Ceylandia's master plan. To wipe the Ura out. But part of that plan backfired, didn't it? If only Zulf knew the whole story. What were we to think? They must have got her, taken her back to her rightful home. The shards can put this disease in remission, but there's only one cure. We need to finish what we started. The culture, a still life of old unwanted keepsakes. The mercy. The windbags ain't the only beast that drew a bad lot. I've asked a lot of the kid, but this is something he's done on his own.
Oh wait, Zia's not here to tame it though anymore.
They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't.
Aw, rip. That's sad. Can't believe I lost that.
Without an insulated air intake, that thing's liable to blow up on you.
Let's see, let's upgrade our mortar again. I kind of like using the mortar, kind of don't. It's a little bit rough.
Taught him an old trick from a galleon gunner I once knew.
Oh man, I'm so close to level 5.
Seems the gods recommended this place to all their friends. Now all we need is one last shard. The sanctuary. If we can build, we can rebuild. The Ura swooped down from the east. At least now we know the way. One last shard. It's all we need to put this mess behind us. And mother, what a mess it is. A mess like that could have only been made by hand. Zolf said the calamity failed, and he's right. The Ura stand as living proof of that.
It would be an invisible up there.
At the heart of the calamity was a simple idea. We never wanted to go to war again. Wanted to rule it out. We put a lot of folks against that problem. Scientists, soldiers, spies, even me. We sought solutions far beyond the city. We traveled near as far as the kid's going right now. most of our efforts didn't bear fruit. Then there was a breakthrough, but it didn't come from one of our people. It came from an Ura, a brilliant young scientist named Ven. Ven worked for the Mansers, the sharpest knives in the city's drawer. With his help, the Mansers devised a way to seal the Ura tunnels shut in a flash. Just like that, every last Ura living in the Tassel terminals will be gone. This discovery was never to be used, they said, except as a last resort. But Ven didn't like being manipulated. He had plans of his own. He sabotaged the Mansers' little science project, set it to blow up in their faces. Imagine how Ven must have felt when they finally made him pull that trigger. But remember, the Bastion can fix everything. We just need that shard. Too bad the Ura ain't exactly been willing to collaborate on that front. For now, Kid had little choice but to pick up where the Calamity left off. First things first, though. There's someone we figured needed rescuing. Zia.
Uh-oh.
The Ura fell back, no doubt planning the next move, but we knew ours already.
Did I just get a shard? Bad? I had a shard.
I can barely believe he's come this far. The conscience We haven't lost everything, long as we have that. The cinders kept the city good and warm, made it thrive. Leechade so sour it'll perk you right up when you're feeling low. There's something we had to do before. Well, now it's personal, ain't it? It's personal for him, and it's personal for me. To get straight down to business. They never saw him coming. He gets his hands on the care package I sent him. It's a little something I've been fixing up in my spare time. Laura found a way to keep the calamity from spreading through Sultan's Hollow.
I cannot aim this thing for it. Save my life.
Kid has to put a damper on their plans.
Why is this thing so hard to aim?
They got their own security and everything. Pretty fancy. They've got these conductors that are all what's keeping the place together. Break enough of those things and the calamity rocks slink back into the ground. Well, the Ura must be in a panic right about now. They even sick their little rattletail pets on the kid. Those rodents are just a bump in the road. Everywhere from here to the terminals must know he's in town. Kid returns their greeting tenfold. Most of the Earth's conductors are squared away in the middle of the hollow. Those calamity rocks must be eating that place apart from the inside. Keep hanging on to that barricade. After all, their homeland's not much farther. Some of them are downright bewildered by what's happening. Maybe they know they've lost this. Lost to a kid. They underestimated us. Had us pegged all wrong. Guess our people caused the calamity, but here we are trying to fix it. Shame the opportunity for civilized discourse is over.
am I supposed to get over there, dude?
Did the Ura really think we just turn around and walk away?
Oh.
Suppose old Zolf should have got to know us better. Maybe I should have trusted him. Told him everything I knew. Zolf, the Ura, they have every reason to be angry. Beyond angry. But when this is all over, it'll all be water under the bridge. As the hour grows desperate, the Ura bring out their big guns. There's nothing standing in his way no more. He sees the Tazzle terminals loom large on the horizon. All those dreams, snuffed out in the calamity, will bring him back. Way out there on the edge of the world, that's where he finally finds you. But it ain't like Prosper Bluff this time. Ain't nothing for this gal to sing about now. Zia, you weren't kidnapped. No, ma'am. You just had to see what happened to the Ura. To your own people.
Mm-hmm. So
You had to see if everything Zolf wrote to you was true. Sure you didn't drop that twangy thing on purpose? Just to see if he'd go after you? They lost everything, didn't they? But they just keep on fighting like that's gonna bring it all back. That Gator's a crazy gal, but so's the gal who promised to look after her. Oh, his manners ain't so bad. I don't need to see what happened to the Ura. I'm trying to undo it, remember? I worry for him, just don't care to show it. Well, if you can't burn it, you can always blow it to Mother on High, right? First step to learning the Calamity Cannon is knowing about the machinery overrides. Part of the rippling walls floated by, so I caught the kid's old knapsack. It's hard to sleep easy these days, what with everything that's happened. Zolf, Very soon, the kid's gonna have to face that man again, for the last time.
Uh-oh.
They met on the worst day of Zulf's life. There in the Hanging Gardens, he aimed to throw it all away. It wasn't the first time Zulf had nothing to lose. He was born to a simple Ura couple who didn't last long before plague took him. He grew up hungry in the tunnels of the Tassel terminals, so he took to stealing from a Ceylandian missionary living there. Once got sloppy with his thieving hands. The missionary caught him, but didn't rat him out. Instead, he offered to take him in. That missionary raised Zulf like a gentleman, like it was his own son. Taught him theology, history, and mercy. Missionary passed away, Zulf promised to continue his work to bring about a lasting peace between the Ura and Ceylandia. Zulf started teaching the missionaries wisdom to any Ura who would listen, and listen they did. He advocated tolerance and argued that the Ura should atone for the war. He believed the city had much to teach his people. However, Zolf felt he could only do so much in the Tassel terminals. He needed Caelondia to know the Ura had changed. Decided to do what the missionary did many years before. He left the city of his youth to brave a savage land. The journey was hard, but he knew how to fend for himself. And then at last, Zolf saw the rippling walls on the horizon.
It's quite the story that Zolf's got. Zolf's story feels to be better than the other ones. Well, oh, that's fuck! Shit!
He endeared himself to city folk straight away, and in turn he fell in love with the city and its people. One in particular. This young lady was fascinated by the Ura, but she never met anyone like Zolf. She told him she knew all the city's best kept secrets. The Hanging Gardens was their favorite spot. It was there that Zolf clasped her hands and proposed in proper Caelondian style. He celebrated with his friends long into the night. Joy and revelry like he'd never seen. Too bad he couldn't remember it all. up alone underground inside the Ura-Celandian War Memorial, built like an Ura-den. But something was wrong. Emerged from that hole in the ground into a waking nightmare. Everything that wasn't gone was twisted upside down. The world was frozen, air thick with ash. What few faces he saw on the street stared back at him with gray and vacant eyes. Wife-to-be asleep inside her home, but when he reached out to her, she joined with all the ashes in the sky.
Oof. The big oof there.
So Zolf returned to where he proposed in the Hanging Gardens, and there he stood, as if the gods would answer him. The kid's gonna be okay. As for that man, who knows? Once the kid gets that last shard from Zolf, it'll all be over.
Oh, man. No, That feels extreme. Let's see. Make sure. Tempting. Not really sure which one to pick here. Because this isn't really worth much to me. Longer range would be great, but not being able to move while firing is a little rough. This one just do
That
move
thing
faster.
wasn't always meant to be a weapon, but there's no denying it now.
I guess that's what's best. Alright, let's try it. What's the worst that could happen, right? Yeah, we're ready. Let's fucking do this shit. Let's fucking do this shit, chat. We got this. We got this, chat.
I can't hear him at all anymore. He's too far away. But he'll be alright. Just needs to get that shard from Zolf and come on home. The Calamity hit the Tazzle terminals hardest of all. You know why Zolf went back there. The place was his home. All his old friends and family were there. Zolf must be there all alone, just waiting. You know what's funny? Well, all of us are waiting for a kid. Look around. There's not much left to do here in the Bastion, I'm afraid. So why not tell each other stories to pass the time, right?
I didn't see that guy there. Fuck. Oh, is this mic picking up my sniffling nose? That's not great. Probably should have checked that. What I get for streaming while I'm sick.
But Zia, there's another reason I've been telling you all this. There's something I want you to understand. When the kid brings back that shard, the Bastion will be complete. This disease the Arab planet here will go away. What happens to Zulf will no longer matter. Zealandia will be whole again. Everything will be back to normal. Everyone will be alright. Problem is, we'll all be gone. Oh, we're not gonna die. It's more like all of this will just stop. Things will go back to the way they used to be. That's the power of the Bastion. This whole place is a living record of the times before the calamity. Be your old self again. Think of all those times that didn't go your way. Setbacks. Imagine if you could have another go at him. No mistakes. Anyone you've ever hurt. Everything you've ever done, you could do it over. And wouldn't that be grand? Wouldn't you agree? Well, I guess there's nothing more to say.
Pass this up. Right.
There's something else. A confession. You follow me? How come I know so much about the Bastion? Well, I designed the place, but that's beside the point. There's one problem with a place that sets things back to a bygone time. You can't test it. So you're probably wondering, if the calamity happened already, what's to stop it from happening again after the Bastion does its thing?
Amongst other questions.
The answer is... I don't know. You're wondering if there ain't some other way out of this mess. It's alright. I can tell. But why would you even want another way? Unless you wanted to stay here with us. Well, that's sweet and all, but I don't know if I can stick around. The weight of the calamity, it's on our shoulders. I can't just let it go. Bastion does have another function, strictly speaking. You know Zolf and his countrymen won't be giving up that shard without a fight, don't you? Zolf and the Ura. All they want now is to see the Bastion fall. Zolf dedicated his life to lasting peace between the Ura and Caelondia.
Grabbing on.
He can't have imagined the city would try to wipe the era out. Zolf ain't lost every shred of decency though, has he? He tried to warn you about his plans. He tried to warn the kid. For Zolf, this ain't a personal matter. It's such a shame. Poor man's life. What a shame.
It's so hard to use.
It ain't a simple matter of pride either. One thing's for sure. Lyra can't be happy that the kid followed Zolf all the way home.
Got the fucking shard. Let's get the fuck out of here. Why did they have turned on him? That doesn't make sense. This whole choice doesn't make sense, actually. Because the guy just said, if we're successful, we go back in time and it doesn't matter what happens to Zolf. He literally says that 5 minutes ago. Seems more effective to carry than the battering ram, though.
I can see it now. The kid in one corner, and Zolf in the other. Ain't much of a fight.
This is Bastion. Where the fuck am I going?
Don't you worry, though. Once the Bastion's restored, it'll all be alright. You ain't still thinking about that whole leaving the city thing, are ya? I set my sail
take me back to my home, sweet home. Lie on my back, clouds are making way for me.
This is brutal.
I'm coming home, sweet home.
Hmm?
I see your star, you left it burning for me. Mother, I'm here. Eyes open wide, feel your heart and it's glowing.
Kid's probably dealt was off by now.
Come home, sweet home.
He reminds me of myself when I was his age. I ever tell you about those days?
Hmm. Interesting.
Hey, kid. Get up, kid. Come on, that ain't funny. I say get up. That's more like it. Now, set that shard into the monument there. Then we'll talk. The Bastion. It's finally finished. Now, there's something I want you to see. Welcome to the heart of the Bastion. I ain't one for long goodbyes, so here's the deal. Zia and I figure you done the heavy lifting, so you get to do the honors.
I'm gonna have to pick.
We can tell you how to work this thing if you got any questions. Hey, kid. You can undo the calamity here and now. Go on, kid. And before I forget, thank you. Always wondered what the motherland was like. Not that it matters anymore. Zolf only brought more ruin to the Ura. No wonder they didn't take kindly to him. You've got one thing left to do, so you hang on to that badge. Besides, you earned it.
Alright, let's see what Zia says.
So, let's see. You can either prevent the calamity, or stick around with me and Rex. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
This would be more meaningful if they gave her voice at any point in time before this.
If I could be any place I wanted, I'd stay right here. We could go anywhere in the world. Zolf tried to talk me into joining him. I tried to talk him out of it. I guess we both failed.
Like, I feel like there's supposed to be a love connection between us, but like, I've literally, this is the first time hearing her talk. Like, if they had a voice actress for her, they should have had her being more engaged throughout the story. So when we get here and we have to choose between the two, it's a more engaging choice.
When I finally found my people, I told them we could help. They just took me for a traitor. Glad you showed up.
This whole storyline with the Ura is not fully developed.
Any moment I'd want to live again happened after the calamity, not before. Ready to get this over with?
Just go with your gut. You'll do the right thing.
Kind of tempted to just restore. I mean, it felt like we all had shitty lives before this. But also, all the people died. I mean, none of us, I don't think, had loved ones before this. I don't know. I feel like I should reverse it, shouldn't I? Well... let's see, there's the whole point of if I reverse it, will it just happen, will events just repeat? I'm tempted to say, because like I want to restore it. Restoring it seems like the obvious option. However, this has finally ended the war between Caledonia and the Ura. And so if I restore it, restarts that war, and they'll just keep fighting again. Because apparently things weren't really going that well if they were making this big, like, fucking nuke. So evacuation lets us all start fresh, I guess. Maybe, because like now that war at least is over. Yeah, let's try evacuation. It seems like the right choice because this one just says it will restore the world to the previous world state. So this sounds like it just restarts the game, versus this might actually give us an ending of some type.
Oh, mother. And here I figured you'd had enough of me by now. You could have undone the calamity itself, but instead you want to stay in a world like this. I gotta admit, kid, I ain't yet put much thought in that idea of carrying on with you here. We can't go back no more, but I suppose we could go wherever we please. And if anyone's left out there, I sure would like to see the look on their faces when we dock this thing right on that doorstep. Getting ahead of myself, though. I'm gonna need a first mate. What do you say?
I set myself fly, the wind it will take me back to my home, sweet home. Lie on my back, clouds
Interesting.
wait for me. I'm coming home, sweet home. I see your star, you left it flying for me, brother. I'm here too
Is that Zulf? Cooking.